Yo, good morning, good morning. Um, yesterday we diverged a tiny bit. We extended or really started to implement parts of the weather system for this game. Got a implementation that is 50% nice, 50% dirty, but we're gonna revisit it later when we have different types of weather. We basically did this because I wanted to customize the snow mesh we have. I want to generate it at runtime in a different way we did. So previously we just copied the terrain mesh and added a snow material to it. This time around we're gonna tessellate the snow, which means that I want more control over the actual the initial snow mesh. And if we just copy the terrain mesh currently, it's a little bit too high resolution. But this time around, we have a little bit more control. Not enough just yet. But so what we have done now is that we have this weather system. We'll probably go through it real quick later on. But we have changed our snow mesh to just be one quad right now. We probably want to subdivide it a few times before the tessellation, before we send the information down to the GPU, but we will see. And what we're in the process of now, which I left right in the middle of it yesterday, is to actually implement the tessellation in the snow shader. So we're just gonna pick it up right there and see what kind of errors we have. So should backface call function must return a value. Yeah, let's fix that. Okay, it's probably not that is the issue, but rather this one. Undercloud identifier tessellation backface cull tolerance constant. Yes. I have it as 0 minus this one here. That is weird. Okay, but basically it's just a value between 0 and 1 that tells us that gives us some tolerance for when we should backface cull something. Pretty much everything we need to do is just define this up in the properties. Weird. Could be that it was a separate value previously, but we will see. Let's clean this up a bit. Actually, well, let's see if we can rename this one. Like, do we use this one both for frustum color? We're gonna change this a bit. Tessellation view frustum tolerance. So this is frustum tolerance. And this is back face tolerance. Now let's take these two and put them down here as well. And then we do float. Something like that. Let's see, do we still have an issue? Yeah, we do. Undeclared identifier input. Oh, that is true. Let me think. Domain. I think it's in domain we want to do. This. I'll share the control point output. Oh. I'll share the control point output. What do we call this one? We'd call it patch. That's true. But let's see. So we have a lot of input dot here. So what we do instead is we pretty much get 3 points. And for all of those, for all the values we care about, we interpolate. So given these 3 points, we take the 3 position world space, interpolate with barycentric coordinates, or interpolate barycentric, get position, normal, tangent by tangent, UV. So everything we need. But we're gonna do this. Snow vertices, UV saturate, yeah. We want to rename this one, I think. Because when we send this onwards, let's see here. Let's start up here. So we already have UV, and we should call this one UV. UV offset, UV... Could probably go with UV. I hate naming this early in the morning. What did we do? Terrain procedural water. Actually, we had, in that case, we called this one UV center. Yeah, I like that one. UV center. We still call this one UV. We replace these two with UV center. And this one. Okay, any other input? We have it here, position, object space. Seems like we only have position world space here to work with, so we might need to position world space, you say. Let's see. Mesh grid delta should be the same. The only thing I worry about is this one, but let's see here. Terrain data value range. Basically what we want to do here is we recreate the neighbor position using data from a texture and the mesh grid delta. The mesh grid delta is the same in object space and world space. So this offset right here, I'm not that worried about. We will probably have to change this one and this one to position VS. But that means that this is in world space, this is in world space. This is currently in object space. But we know that by default in this, when we generate the mesh, we set the vertices to have a object space position of 0 in the Y dimension. I think the only thing, and we also know the terrain data value range in object space and world space is the same. So I think we just want to do position vs.y plus this one right here. But then of course I want to rename this one. Because it's no longer object space. And this sucks a bit because I also want to rely on... Or actually, do we? Yeah, get vertex position inputs. We actually want this as position in object space. We can multiply this with the M matrix. I wonder how that will work. It should be okay. or we want to multiply it with the transpose of the M matrix, I think. So the matrix that brings something from object space to world space. But to make sure, I just want to check which shader did we work on previously here. Let's see here, Unity, shader, globals, or built-in shader variables. There we go. Version 5.5. I think we should be able to use these anyway. I think it's this one we use. Let's take a look. Normal in VS. Yeah. Here we go. Let's see. Nope. Let's do this then. Although I wonder. Yeah, we can use. We only have transpose of model view, which kind of sucks. But we can probably do world to object. I don't know if. Let's try this one. World to object. Like best case scenario. This is a little bit of a hack, I would say. Because best case scenario, let's go back here. We could work with this one as world space and then just multiply it with and do the transformation to clip space on our own. We don't need it to be object space. But fuck it. Let's see if we have access to this matrix. Position OS. Position center OS. Okay, is point out of first. Really? Let's see. Oh, that's why we need it. Okay, makes sense. Vertex shader output. Okay. Undeclared identifier. Okay, I thought we would be getting something like that. But if I remember correctly, I don't know if I do though. I wonder if we could do, I want to see if we have access to, yeah, this is old. Let's see. Built-in shader variables, HLSL Unity, Zix. Unity, world to object. Undeclared identifier input, yeah, let's fix that one. Yeah, that's just pretty much more of the same. Implicit truncation of vector. What is it? This one? Okay. Okay, let's worry about that one soon. See if this works. Undeclared identifier input. Yes, tangent OS, we calculate. It's tangent in world space as well. Not a big fan. But then again, maybe that's how we want it. Honestly, yeah, in this case, we can just do this. We don't call this normal input. Do it like that. Euphemia, hello, what is the little task sheet program you're using? So this one, this is just github.com, but I open it in VS Code using Microsoft Edge tools. Just a nice little handy way to keep track of what we're doing when we're doing it, and so on. Nah, I thought it would be easier, honestly. Everything I would like to have is... like, I just wanted to be able to open a tiny bit of a web browser window in VS Code. And this was the best solution I found in limited time. I thought the GitHub pull requests package would bring a better solution. But unfortunately, pretty much all that one brought is we have something like this. Oh, we need to do thought, and this, which I mean, so you can pretty much reference issues on GitHub and stuff like that in comments, but to get more information about them, you need to open them up in a external web browser. So I found this little handy solution instead. It has worked wonders so far. Okay, is that it? Okay, it is, but I'm still not entirely sure we will be getting good results here, but we can try it. I just want to be careful and check my values here. They don't seem to be too big. Euphemia, I really don't know much about coding, just like watching videos and streams about it. Oh, nice. Ever thought about trying to learn it? Because it's actually quite fun most of the time. You see you streaming a lot, but I'm usually about to head to bed. Yeah, I try to stream around 4 hours each weekday. And I usually aim to start at 9 a.m. Central European summertime. Unfortunately for some people around the globe, that's a little bit too late, you know? Okay, let's play this and see what we get. Anything but a crash is good. Okay, so I have we're aiming low here. Fuck, are we gonna get a crash? I think we are. Are you serious? Huh. Okay, this is a little bit of a... yes, indeed. This is a little bit of a... like, I don't really know where we should derive this from. I'm thinking that with tessellation, that we are reading too much here, but it shouldn't really matter. Let's do this. We can do tessellation. No, tessellation max amount is 1. We pretty much don't tessellate at all, and we still get... let's take a look at this. And then we do... I'm just going to do this. 256. Let's try this then. If we may have done silly little projects in Unity before, but mostly just following tutorials. I've been there as well. Okay, this is very weird. So what we can do in this case, I'm assuming it's this shader and the amount of times we read from the data textures at startup that overloads the GPU. Might be a very bad guess, might also be the correct guess. But what I want to do is I want to go to environment controller, and when we do apply current weather effects to terrain, we're going to comment this one out. If we don't do this, we don't generate additional meshes, and we don't apply the snow material, so we really never use this shader. That should be okay. I do need to get to the bottom of exactly what this crash or what prompts this crash, because we have had it previously, but concerning the water, I think it was. Okay, third time's a charm. It's also when it does the painting of the UE. So game view repaint. Core module, okay. Is this shader specifically for tessellation? Not the whole shader, no. Parts of it, yes. So these pretty much, or yeah, this one, and the start of this one. But the whole shader is for our snow. It's quite, I mean, it does a lot of calculations and stuff, but in no way should this prompt a crash like this. So what do we have? Really not how I wanted to start this Friday morning, but sometimes it's like this. What can we do to simplify this one? I'm gonna do... Let's do this scene, Terraform development. Let's just do this actually. Let's create a new scene. What do we have? That's not good at all. New scene. Forward renderer. If we disable these and clear it, Okay, these errors are actually not related to anything I've done. Huh. Scene template. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at this. Trying to use an invalid resource, pass, draw opaque objects. Trying to use draw fake objects. Okay, someone in this monster of a thread probably has the same issue. No? Invalid opaque. Okay, that's not good. Check this one. It's oh, is it related to post-processing? Maybe. Probably not the lighting data that prompts this. Let's try a restart. So what we have is an entirely new scene, no custom render features, and we still get errors related to the rendering pipeline. don't know if we're missing something in the scene, or here we go. I think something prompts a crash. And then we need to restart Unity for some reason. But if we play this one, if it repaints, so an entirely empty scene, this works and runs. That's good. That is good. If we enable our render features again, create scene texture, create render feature, it would be very nice if these are cause for the issue, that we get to the bottom of it. Okay, that works. Runs pretty much the same. If we swap scene now, what do we get? So as soon as we swap scenes, what is that? Invalid import. We're importing a texture handle that wraps. Okay, let's take a look at this one. You're importing a texture handle that wraps a render target identified. Render graph don't know the properties of these textures, so please use import texture overload that takes. Oh, yeah. But, okay, let's take a look at this real quick. If we were able to fix this, it would be beautiful. So what I think is the issue is, where do we have rendering, create scene texture, let's create scene texture. It's here, I reckon. So we're gonna do, let's open up our issue. Migrate project to Unity 6. And then we have this one. Let's take a look at these. I think global G buffers. Okay, not this one. We want multiple render textures, maybe. Hell yeah. Okay. So in here we have render textures, which we set up and which we use in the past. And in their example, they have a setup here. I don't care about this one. Create RT handles from the render textures if they have changed. So I reckon this one. We don't do the proper setup here. So we have a scene RT. In our setup, we only do this. We don't do anything related to RT infos. So let's add that and see if the error scene RT info. We don't want to instantiate it here. So in setup, we want to do this as well. Although I wonder... Render graph import texture. It might actually not be... Might be in this one. Let's see. We do import texture here as well. Okay, so scene RT info. Let's do this setup properly and use it. And we just do it like this. Render textures. Okay, it's the one we send in, so this one. Don't we have this one as well? MSA A samples. Let's go one then. So we properly create this one, and then we want to use this when we import it here. So import texture, scene RT info. Okay, that should be it for this one. And then we want to do the same here. Sure hope this is the issue at hand. Private, what is it? RT info. Render target info. Actually, let's add a private here as well. I want to get to the bottom of this one as well. Why? Yeah, this is very promising. Honestly, when we did the migration to Unity 6 and learned this new render graph API and stuff like that, I didn't really see the purpose of this one, didn't see it described anywhere, thought we could do without it. Changing the scene, the issue we get from changing the scene is hopefully related to this and that we actually need these, but we'll test it. We'll try it. So we want to do the exact same thing here. And instead of scene RT here, we want to go outline RT. A little bit worried about this MSAA samples as well, but we'll take a look. And then we use this info when we import this one, and that's about it. The passed in texture handle does not have a valid descriptor. We're gonna do it like this. We're gonna restart Unity and see if it works. Oops. So render target info, a struct that in this case just holds very similar information as the RT handle itself does. Yo, what's up? Good morning, Harry boy. Okay. A different error. The passed in texture does not have a valid descriptor. One sec, I want to check. In Outlight's render feature, we do, or actually setup. We do call setup. And here we call setup as well. What am I missing? Does not have a valid descriptor. Text name, color texture, channel texture. Let's go scene RT. The passed in texture handle does not have a valid descriptor. Let's take a look at this. I'm wondering if this is related to this one. Let's take a look at render target info, the documentation. It's not always possible to derive those given an RT handle, so the user needs to pass these in. Okay, that's good. Now it's starting to look promising, so this is probably most likely the cause for it. And I'm wondering, I think this is the one that makes it invalid because our RT handle doesn't use MSAA. So let's say what it actually, MSAA bind, no, MSAA samples. The number of MSAA samples in the render texture, if we have 0, so let's set this one as false. So we do, I'm gonna try and do bind, we do this one. What if we do this? This. Bind texture MS. I don't see any new, or actually I do. So restart again and see if this new setup works. Previously, when we actually tried to apply MSAA to these textures, it didn't work right. I'm wondering if, okay. Invalid imported texture, beautiful. Let's see. A RT handle wrapping and render target identifier was imported without providing valid render target info. Create scene texture 39. Euphemia, good night. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, hopefully we will get to the bottom of this real soon. Have a great one. Harry boy, how many languages do you know? Hard question. The correct answer to that one is probably just one right now. C sharp, and HLSL. But I've done a lot of things in Java, Python, JavaScript as well. C, C++, but it's been a few years. How about you? Okay, so what I think here is, let's see here, create scene texture 39. So it's here, this one is invalid for some reason. I wonder if the reason is that we don't add all of these, or if one here actually is what we want. But what do we have? Fields, find MS, format height, MSA sample. Okay, so we give them all of the values, but it's still not enough. Really? Hmm. Bind texture MS. What am I missing here? Could it actually be? Could it actually be? Yo, good morning, Ventrix. I wonder if we want to do this. Let's do public, and then we do private void create render texture. Like this, and then we check if scene RT equal to null. Create scene texture. Create render texture. And then we put this shit in add render pass as well. I wonder, we should call this. I wonder if this is enough. I want to see if this one does anything. Because the problem here is that we create this one we don't assign it here, we create it. So I'm a little bit worried if we have a case where this one hasn't been initialized correctly. That's extremely weird, isn't it? $13, $14, now we're still seeing more. Herboy, just JavaScript, since I've been trying to use WebDev as a way to learn the program concepts for now. I think that's a good idea. And why do you have the same function in two files? So are we talking about these ones? We derive from something called scriptable renderer feature, and it has a function called record render graph, which we we implement ourselves. Or actually, no, add render pass and create are the two we derive from that one. It's pretty much we implement a more specific subclass of scriptable renderer feature where we want to add additional functionality to these two methods. Functionality that doesn't really work right now. Invalid imported texture. A RT handle wrapping an render target identifier was imported without providing valid render target info. But why isn't it valid? What's invalid about this one? Is it the 0? That's not it. I just thought there would be a shorthand way for importing it from another file, and not in this case. You could probably do something. You could probably clean this up a tiny bit. I don't know if it's worth it just yet, though. Why is this scene RT info not valid? What's up, Catboy King? On. Do we need to check? Import texture, scene RT handle, scene RT info. This is not valid. Why is it not valid? Graphics format, graphics format. Should have a proper graphics format here. We've done a few changes. Let's see if it's just stuck in its loop. Or do we need to do some additional setup here? I don't think so. We don't do this, we rely on Blit instead. Still have it. Previously, this was an issue that appeared only on switching scenes. This time around, it appears at all times, and the passing texture handle does not have a valid descriptor, and it's since we added scene RT info here. But why isn't it valid is my question. Like, do we have a mismatch between this one and this one? Although, let's see. The issue we get is create scene texture 40. Create scene texture. True. Okay, the past in texture handle. So we're talking about this one. I think it's this one, but it's probably this one. Doesn't have a valid texture descriptor, but we import it using this and the RT info. Scene RT. When we send in scene RT in setup, it should never be null or null. So what is the and the target info? Okay, let's see. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Oh. We do this check manually instead. But it's nice. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? Okay. This is a little bit different from how we do it, but I wonder. Rendering utils. I wonder. Reallocate if needed. Setup. I don't know. Handle scene RT handle. Yeah, we want to do it as ref. And then we have the descriptor, render texture descriptor. And then I wonder if we can do scene RT dot descriptor. And fuck it. That's all we do. It's reallocate if needed. The only thing I'm worried about now, so when we import it, we don't use this. So now we have a descriptor at least. But I'm a little bit worried. That we never release it. Oh, okay, some other errors at least. What do we have here? Okay. 21. Let's do something similar in outline render feature. Still a little bit worried about this one, but let's see. I want to restart this one as well, so that we don't have any leftover stuff. And then I wonder, reallocate if needed. We're gonna have to be real careful about the dispose, but we'll get there. Do we have any issues if we switch scene? Okay, nothing related to those at least. We have the render working. Can we check? Okay, at profiler, memory. Let's see if this one grows per frame. We can play this without a crash, that is. It's fucking beautiful. Yeah. A little bit worried from this. Managed heap, growing, growing, growing. Texture memory, what do we have? 0.59. I'm definitely gonna have to look into that, but so what makes this a little bit different, if we take a look at this one, import a texture. You must dispose of the imported render texture to free up memory it uses when you're finished with it. When you are finished with it. It's this one. So how we're utilizing this render texture in these render features is that, so per render feature we create one render texture, and then we want to use this same render texture. So both of these render features are render features that are enabled from the beginning of the game until to the very end of the game. So I want to instantiate one render texture, and then we're going to reuse it, reuse it, reuse it, reuse it. What I'm a little bit worried about is when we allocate a handle. Like, my knowledge about handles and stuff with this new API, I see it just as like a container that holds a reference to whatever we reference here. So like a RT handle that points to this render texture. But I don't know if that's the correct way to see it. And if we were to dispose it, I wonder where we would do it. In this case, probably after the blitz here. But the thing is, we need it. So in this example, for instance, it's a bit different. They have a texture 2D. Maybe it's not that different. And when they create the new render pass, they send in this texture, right? So we have it here. They sent it to texture passed in. Texture passed in, you say. And then they do a create render graph texture here. That's not that's not the one we care about, but they do this one here. RT handles allocates texture passed in. RT handle. Import texture RT handle. Use texture. Low pass culling, set random. Then they do this. Texture to read. data, texture to read. Okay, so maybe we do. Yeah, texture to read is render graph import texture RT handle. RT. Yeah. So what we would do is after we have done the blit passes, right? Yeah, this is what worries me as well. Fuck it, shouldn't we be able to do... Because we don't have a execute pass method. Let's do render graph view. Create scene texture pass. We use this one. Unnamed. Yeah, we might want to name this one. Write access to this resource. That's all we do. Outline texture. Write to it. Read from it. But then, like, what this tells me is that our resource is not alive anymore. But we need to name these. Unnamed, unnamed. Unnamed. So I'm gonna do it like this. There we go. Scene color texture handle, outline texture handle. So this is where we import our render texture. What we show here at least is that they are not alive but not used. So they are alive. So for scene color texture handle, it's alive here. And then not anymore. Outlines texture handle is alive here and here. Then not anymore. I wonder if this is enough. We'll probably find out as time goes on if we get degrading performance and an ever-growing memory use. But for now, I'm thinking of calling this done. Okay, so let's do it this. Let's clean it up one last time for now. We don't care about this one. We don't do it like that. Worry about that one though. What more do we have? Now we have this thing. We're gonna remove this one from here. Scene RT, if it's null, create it. That's about it. And what do we have here? Then I want to try and jump between scenes one more time. See if it screws it up. But before I do that, let's just take forward renderer. Both are enabled. Scene. Okay. Okay. So we might need to leave this one here and this one here. Is that true? Okay, good to know. Beautiful. Lighting data asset, lighting data compatible. Okay, let's delete this scene. And let's do lighting. Okay, so I thought we were gonna do some tessellation today, but we began with a little bit of cleanup and improvement of the implementation. But now we can finally move on to tessellation. But before we do that, I'm just gonna run and fix a cup of coffee. So be right back, a couple of minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So let's see what we have, and hopefully it won't crash this time around. So I want to jump back to weather effect, handler, environment controller. Here we go. And we're gonna add back the weather effects, or we're gonna uncomment this to properly apply the weather effects to the terrain. And I really hope it won't crash this time around, but we'll see. Okay, beautiful. So what do we have here? Where do we have our snow? Environment, terrain patch, snow. Okay, so it's down here. Currently we don't render it at all. Let's bring this one up and let's see what we can do with the material. Oh, I want. Okay. Let's do tessellation view for some tolerance. Let's bring it up. And we do the same with back face. So we have it here. We have a little bit of a weird offset, but that's okay. We can work with that. Maybe it's a bit too early to maybe it was a bit too early to include the offsetting, but let's see if okay. And if we do tessellation max amount is 1, if we go 0, we get the original one. And we can see here that it's offsetted kind of weird. We also cull it when we shouldn't. It's because, I wonder if it's because we cull this vertex. We'll see. But then we can increase this one and we get some nice tessellation. Although I have to say, I'm not a big fan of... Oh, we actually get some deformation as well. That's fucking beautiful. You can see it here. Although it might be wrongly done. I'm not a very big fan of the tessellation pattern we get in this case, but that's okay. And I wonder if the full culling we see here is because we have set up the, or I have set up the render bounds in the wrong way. But we'll see. Tessellation max amount 12. We don't go above 5. Good to know. we do this the opposite way, it's this part we should tessellate more and not this one. Okay, so what do we have? We have a few issues I want to look into. Offset is wrong. This one should be located about here. Full mesh cull wrong. Look into that. And then we have tessellation based on distance inverted. I want to experiment with different tessellation. I never remember what it's called. Functions. I'm gonna put now. Pretty much I want to experiment with what kind of different results we can get with the partitioning here. And I know that we have done it before. It's just that I don't remember exactly how they differ. And then we had one more thing, and that thing was... Oh, yeah. Limited to 5 max tessellation. Although I wonder if that is... If we do 0 here and we go up... Oh, we don't get any more. I think this is gonna look beautiful eventually. So let's start with the offset. We can see here that we offset it half the size in the negative directions. And I'm pretty sure we can see here that the center of it is still located here. So I wonder if this is done in the shader. But we offset it the wrong direction in the shader. And that makes me think that this we calculate position OS the wrong way here. Position center OS, multiply world to object. Yeah, what the fuck, position center OS here. I don't know if this is the cause for it, but we're gonna do this. Actually, we're gonna do position center OS. Position OS, position original OS. Yo, good morning, Fabic. Robin, check the top view. Each chunk is offset in a specific way. Yeah, exactly. Although I wonder where exactly this offset is done. We're offsetting it by half the size in the X and Y. And I'm wondering if we have done a mistake here. I want to do, so let's skip the position OS. Let's do I'm starting to think. Let's see, let's do this. We don't use normal OS here. We definitely want to use that one later on. But let's do this. Or actually, let's do this. And then we do... I want to see if this one is the wrong. We do like that. Okay, that looks so... Okay, snow vertex. Do we still use that one here? Snow vertices, yeah. Let's comment those two out as well. Okay, so we still have the same offset. What if we do... Interesting. Yeah, so it is... This is position in world space. We try transform it to object space here. This one doesn't seem to work. Get a position in world space, we transform it to object space, although this one seems to be... doesn't really do anything in this case. I mean, what we could do is... I would also be okay with something like this. Let's see here. Unity 6. HLSL world position to clip position. Actually, don't we have compute screen position? I want to rely on get vertex position inputs. Instead, we do it ourselves. There we go. Transform world to age clip. Let's try this one. Procedural snow, because in that case we just do position center vs. We don't do the multiplication here. And then instead of doing this, we do this. There we go. I wonder why bringing it back to... Okay, we get culling there. We'll get this one here. Okay, I'm okay with that. And what do we have? Okay, so that's one problem solved. But now we have to keep in mind that we're working in world space when we do everything else. Right. Offset is wrong. That's fixed. Full mesh cull wrong. It's a little bit too... Thinking that we have... Yeah, the bounds is a bit wrong. So this one is something we fix on the CPU, if that's the case. So let's go with tessellation based on distance inverted first. That one should be quite easy to solve, I reckon. So what I'm talking about is if we put tessellation at max, and then we do max distance like this, we start things close to the camera, we don't tessellate as much. And that's just tessellation amount. Here we go, inverse lerp. Tessellation max distance. Was this wrong? Do an inverse lerp between 0 and tessellation max distance. Distance. Yes. Or actually, I think it's nicer to have it here. Inverse lerp. Or we could do 1 minus. Beautiful. We can see here that the resolution of our original mesh, we might want to crank that one up a bit. Tiny bit. Okay, that's one more issue solved. Tessellation based on distance inverted. Okay, what happened now? What more do we have? Full mesh call wrong, experiment with different tessellation functions, and limited to 5 max tessellations. This one, so if we do edge tessellation amount, tessellation amount. I just wonder if this is the max by definition. Chilocell max tessellation. Actually, put edge. Max test factor. If we don't make the inside the same as the edges, we might get a better result as well, but HLS max test factor. Test factor, have we... Wonder if it would look nicer as well if we were using quad here. I don't know, we'll see. I don't know. So a maximum of 5, that actually leaves us at 25 here, and that might very well be the limit. I'm just wondering why. But let's see here. Partitioning. Can be integer, fractional, even fractional out of POW2. POW2 is what we use right now. Let's try integer. I think this one is a little bit nicer. I wonder if we can get it to be even nicer if we do quad tessellation, honestly. But definitely integer. Do we have an upper bound here as well? Okay, integer, fractional, even. Fractional, even, fractional, odd. Not that much difference between those, I reckon. Very similar. Okay, let's try. Let's try and change this one to domain quad. But then we're gonna have output control points 4, I reckon. Output topology. If we just change this one to quad without changing the other ones, do we get? in. Quad trial line. The only problem moving to 4 here, output topology. We can't really rely on interpolate barycentric, but we would rather use interpolate or bilinear interpolation. I want to see HLSL tessellation, because all I want is if it would be possible to tessellate the quads so that we get them. I'm just after a little bit more of an even tessellation, so we don't see this triangular pattern. And if we tessellate it as quads, we might have an easier time flipping them related to their gradient as well. HLSL tessellation quad visual example. Quad tessellation looks. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm looking for. I want to know if it looks like this or if it's going to look like this. It is. Starting to think that quad might very well be the way we want to go here. Let's experiment a bit with it. So quad for output topology, HLSL, point line triangle. Yes. Okay, so we leave that one as it is. Hull patch constant function integer. And we do input patch vertex shader output 4. here we just do this, so that's good. Although I wonder if we do 4 here and then just leave it as it is. Might need to redefine this one. And domain try. Where did we have it here? Edge 3. I want to experiment with this, the difference between this and these as well later on. And then we do what? 4. Should backface cull 4. What? This one takes 4. Constant test factor outputs missing. Really can't we, domain shader domain. Domain quad. So what are missing? Factors, patch. This we need to change. What do we get instead? For quad patch use float 2. Oh yeah, we get UVs here, so that's pretty nice. Then of course we don't get patch 3, so float 2. We're gonna call it barocentric coordinates UV. But so what we want then is util 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 math, interpolate barycentric, float. Now we can start with float 2, interpolate bilinear. 2 P1, float 2 P2, float 2 P3, float 2 P4, and then float 2 UB. I think all we need to do is lerp between lerp P1, P2, UVX, lerp between P3, P4, VX, and UVY, if I remember correctly. And then we'll return this. And then of course I would like this and this. We want to change this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. 2, 3. And this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one to float 4. And we can jump back to this one. Instead of interpolate barycentric, we do let's do this. Interpolate barycentric, interpolate bilinear. Now we go to all of these and we change, so we add patch 3, normal VS. And here I wonder if we want to do float 2, 5.5. Interpolate bilinear. And for all of these, we want to change these ones to UV. And we want to add patch 3 dot something. And here it's position VS, normal VS, tangent VS, by tangent, and finally UV. So something like that. What do we get? Probably some errors, but interpolate bilinear. No matching 0. Unexpected UV. Oh yeah. Really? Program domain. I wonder, I might have done a mistake here. Let's double check this one. Unity quad tessellation shader. Do we want 2 here? Let's try that first of all, and then we will read more. Inside. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. I'm thinking. First 4-dimensional snow. That's true. It's something. I wonder if we want to do 0.5 times this one. Maybe not. Looks pretty damn cool, actually. I think. What do we have? Oh, exactly what I want. This is in 2017 as well, so... Oh, yes. And this is perfect. This works perfect for us because we created it ourselves. So let's try and fix this. Let's exit this one real quick and go to weather effect here. Ooh, we have mesh dot... what is it called? It's called... it here dot set. Let's see here, Unity mesh. Or is it on the mesh filter? Unity change mesh to quad. Not what I want. Why can't I remember what it's called? Mesh filter Unity. change mesh type. Change mesh to be quad instead of triangles. It's not entirely true. Oh, fuck yeah, Fabric. We have topology. So it's this one, set indices. Thank you, appreciate it. So we want to do set indices here. So we want to recreate our indices, and we want to set this one. So it's not triangles. We're gonna do indices, new int 4. Right. Indices 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. And oh no. Instead of doing this one, we want to do mesh.set indices. Indices. Mesh topology quad. And hope this works. 0. So now when we send down the data, it should be set up as quads. And hopefully we can get some nice tessellation with that. We'll see. Thank you once again, Fabric. Appreciate it. I know that when we did the procedural grass, we tried real quick with this, and I don't remember why, but it was some problem with how it didn't work and why it didn't work. But if I don't want to give up on it just yet, if we can make this work, the snow, if we can do quad tessellation on the snow, we can probably transfer the quad tessellation to the grass shader as well. And if we have quad tessellation on the grass shader, we can implement one of the optimizations we have always wanted to implement, pretty much. But that's in the future. Let's see what we have here. So it's pretty much... Where do we have our quads? We don't have them at all. have a snow object here. We don't... Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, so what this tells me is that when we set up the quad indices, we probably set them up in the wrong way. If we do 0 tessellation, we get this. So do they want them to set the indices like this? So right now we set this, 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 this. Do they want this, 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 this? See if we get... How do they want them? Like in my imagination, we prefer quad tessellation because it's a bit more structured. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. But we're gonna find out. This looks a little bit better, but still not... No, still definitely not perfect. Fabric, did YouTube remove my link from chat? I didn't see any link. So it might. Give me 1 sec. It must have been instantly removed. I don't even see anything in my YouTube studio here. So do we have any information here how they want to set up the indices for a quad? Quad indices. Are we just gonna have to guess here? This looks so good, except for this one right here. So look at this, we get Bruce using ChatGPT for searching something so much better. Yeah, probably try that. And Fabric, as to that YouTube link, what was it to? Maybe I can pull it up either way if it helps here. I'm a little bit worried about tessellation max amount. Zero. But we're still seeing this here. Oh, Fabric, when you said that this has mesh topology, I just thought you were referencing the current documentation I was viewing, so it still made sense, you know? What the fuck are we getting this weird? Actually, could this... Maybe we set up the quads the right way? Or the indices? But we do some weird shit with the tessellation. But if we have a tessellation max amount of 0... No. What we're seeing here is... I think we're seeing one... What the fuck? Unity index order of mesh quad mesh topology. Hell yeah. Can I get some more information? Yes. Come on. I think we're getting one. This doesn't work. Do we want to go? But this definitely looks like we're getting one tessellation here, doesn't it? Not getting more tessellations. No, we do. Looks beautiful. Apart from these ones right here. Damn, this is exactly what I want. Apart from this here, and apart from the selection here as well. I have no idea why we have And then we also have back physical is okay. It's just because we have a very high tolerance here, I reckon. Yep. This looks fucking great. Oh my god, this is so much better than... But then I wonder if... I love this, experimenting with this shit. We do POW 2 here. What happens then? Best case scenario would be if this quad turns into 4 quads. But we get a little bit of a bigger... So the first one, Okay, we think we want to fix this. So this is no... Or is it just the Unity selection that can't handle this one? Or are we getting this weird here? Maybe the selection outlines is fucked, but if we tessellate it once, we get... This looks good. If we tessellate it once more, this sucks. So if we have a tessellation max amount of 2, we get... Yeah, maybe I want to skip the power 2 here as well. So let's just do tessellation amount round. Let's just do this tessellation amount. Check it top orthographic view. I mean I don't know what did I do. The wireframe looks good. If we don't care about the highlight issue we have here, the wireframe looks good because you have the quad and then you have a split down the middle. So it's just a selection that screws things up. I have no idea how Unity implements it, but let's see here. So if we go 1, 0 and 1, no difference. If we go to 2, we get this very nice. We split 1 quad into 4 quads. That's beautiful. If we go up to 3, we get... Or actually, if we go up to 5, we get this weird. And that's why we want to do to the power of... Or to the power of 2. That didn't solve it right, because if we go to 8, then we get this. Wonder... I think I know what we can do to solve this, I reckon. Maybe. I think it's... Let's add back this one, power to 2. 2. It's when we set the inside, it should be... I wonder if we want to multiply by 0.25. So if we have a tessellation of 2, we want to split... I'm wondering if it's this one that screws it. Oh, look at this shit. If we have 0 here, yeah, we get 1, but okay. So here we split 1 quad into 4, here we split 1 quad into 4, here we split, here it fails. I wonder why. But this is pretty damn cool. Wondering if we split back to integer. But then we had something else as well I want to try. This one works. Here now it fails here. Or does it? I don't think it does. No, I think we have the correct here. Wow, this is fucking beautiful. Oh, we can use this for the grass as well, so we can go with... Oh, this... I just have to... So, when it came to the procedural grass, we had that... we want to optimize it in such a way it's so that when we add more grass, like when we get closer to a point, we want the new grass straws we generate for that tessellation level to begin underground, and then the closer we get, we heighten them above ground. So instead of getting popping, you will get this sort of fade effect. We couldn't really I couldn't really do it with the triangle tessellation because there were less, like the grass straws moved around. So if we had one grass straw in the middle of a triangle, when we tessellated again, the middle of that triangle moved. But if we take the middle of yeah, but if we always take the middle of a quad, they stay the same here, right? We'll see, maybe. But that's pretty much the gist of it, or the gist of it. But this looks real good. This we can definitely use. This selection still bothers me, though. Quite a lot, but... wonder if it's an issue with the selection implementation. Or if my mesh is wrong. So damn good. And now that we have them as quads as well, we can, if we need to do quad flipping, we can handle it here as well. Oh, it's gonna be glorious, I think. We're gonna get some real nice slopes here. A fabric, maybe just the selection is broken on quad planes. Yeah, that is what I'm thinking, and I'm hoping. I'm really hoping that's the case. Yeah, because if we, yeah, but I would like to be able to make sure in some way that's the case. Oh, I love this. Such beautiful tessellation. But okay, let's assume that it's nothing wrong with the mesh. It's the selection or quad meshes that is broken. Create a second plane with no tessellation with quads and compare. Yeah, let's do that real quick. Let's do this. We can do this. That's a great idea. Let's minimize this one. Let's go to our models, and then we have MISC, and then we have plane 8. Can I duplicate this one here? Model. Don't we have triangles here? Or we can do this. 3D object. It should be here, right? Plane. Index format, no. Keep quads. Is it this one? Let's hit this one and do keep quads, right? Let's bring this one in here. Bring it up. So we have the correct selection for this one right now. But then if we change plane 8, keep quads, apply. I don't know if this is enough. So or actually, is it the case of, even though you have quads, you might need to, I'm just going to try this real quick. Weather effect, you might still want this actually. That might be true. You still might want to specify the indices as if it were triangles. But then again, the thing we read previously, yeah. Yeah, we also need to do 6. This fucks it up quite a lot. Okay, that's probably not the case. The 0, 1, 2, 3. No, 0, 1, 2. One sec. Okay, so if our selection works, keep quads though. I don't know if it's the equivalent. Fabric, won't this fuck up the tessellation? It did. Oh yeah, we still use indices 6. That's good, thank you. And we're gonna fix that. But this bothers me. So we know that this one has keep quads. Can I get some information? Can we get the correct selection on this one? Oops. Yeah, what I want to do here as well is that we want to up the resolution of the base model. Actually, that's true. Maybe that will lead us in the correct direction. So let's try and do... Let's see here. Yeah, so we want to change this one back to 4. But let's say that we want to add more vertices. We want to subdivide this a bit. So we basically want to do this. UV position minus 0.5. Just gonna copy this here for now. Get division by 0 here if we don't want to be, but let's go with 2. UV, and we don't want to do like this. Let's see. Vertices is equal to new vector 3, and we want it to be. So what do we want to resolution to be? Number of vertices. Close up diligence. Are you ready for early access launch next week? Hell yeah. Do resolution times resolution. Reckon. Yes. We can copy a few things more here. And what we need UVs as well. Vector 2 UVs. So we calculate the UV first, because then we can offset the position based on it. And then we don't want to do mesh data, we want to do this and this, and we want to change to vertices, UVs. Position, UV. And then we have the triangles, but it's not going to be triangles this time around. It's going to be indices. Let's skip this one, and let's skip this one. So int indices is equal to new int so if we have 2, isn't it just 0.5 times resolution times resolution? Do this. If we have 4, we want. No, that's not true. If we have 4 vertices, we want. No. That's extremely wrong. 4 vertices, 4 indices. Let's do some drawing. Four vertices, 4 indices. What is this? 9 indices. For 9 vertices, then we want 16. For each resolution we go up. Times 4, 1836. Is that true? We have 9 quads. 8, 4. 8 the first step here though. What am I misunderstanding? Here we have 16 quads, 16 times 4, 30, 64, isn't it? Double this here, double this here. Ah, no, not really. Did I calculate this wrong? 16, 32. Okay, so it's 4 plus res times 4. This is... We have 9 quads here. Each quad need 4 indices, so that's 4 times 9. Am I missing something? Which gives us 36. What's this here? Times 4. Is it this the correct one? What do we have here? Res. This one is res 3. Here we have res 4. So we have 4 times 4, 16 plus 4. That's wrong. A fabric, but why 3 times 3? We have the exact control. When we generate the mesh, we can choose how many vertices we want to represent each side with. We don't have to limit ourselves to make it power of 2s. It should work with the tessellation later on anyway, as long as it's quads. it's more like for each side of this initial mesh, resolution tells us how many vertices do we have here. So the minimum amount is 2. And then we do, yeah, okay. But this is wrong. 4 times res. For each one of these, we double it at least, so it should be... Is it res minus 1, 2 times 4? 3, 2, 4, 16. Here we have 4, so we have 3 times 3 times 4. Isn't it like this? But this doesn't work for this one, or does it? Ah, actually it does. Res minus 1 to the power of 2. So here we have resolution of 2, I reckon. I don't know. Oh no, not that. Res is actually... It might be... Let's see, what do we do? Resolution is... Yeah, resolution is the number of edges we have. So here we have a resolution of 1, 2, 3, which means that we need to do... We can just do res to the power of 2 times 4. So res here would be 1 times 1 times 4, which is 4. Here it would be 2 times 2 times 4, which is 16. And here it would be 3 times 3 times 4, which is 36, right? Res times 4. We're gonna go with that. Four times res. And then we want to fill this bad boy up. So the first one will fail for res 1 and 3. Not sure what you mean. So if we have a res of 3, we should be getting this. Res 1, we should be getting this. I think it should work, but we'll see. So then we want to do something like this. Indices, 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 indices. Let's just call it index. Fabric, yes, but for res 1 you will have 4 times 4, 16. No, if we do res to the power of 2 times 4. That's the final calculation. So for this one we will have 1 times 1 times 4, which should be correct. And then if we loop through each resolution like this, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. If we send in 1 here, though, we're gonna get some errors. But I think that's okay. We divide by 0. That's okay. Am I thinking about this correct? I0, when we do the UVs, 0. If we have 2 here. Now this makes me think that it is the number of vertices, right? If we have a resolution of 1, it fails. If we have a resolution of 2, we get... two vertices. Well, okay, so it's probably resolution -1, resolution. No, Fabic, keep them coming. Like this sort of stuff confuses the hell out of me. So second guessing things is good. So resolution -1. So resolution is the number of vertices. So we want to do -1. So we get 2, 4, yeah. Then it should be okay. And I'm going to assume this is correct. This, that is. We add 4 at all times. So 1, 3. And the way we wanted to do this one here then is we want to go bottom left, left up, and then we want to go right bottom, I think it was. So we just do J here, bottom right, and then top right, something like this. Pretty sure we're gonna get some errors, but let's try it. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to recompile or exit and enter before. So if we do a resolution of 2, we have 2 vertices. This should leave us with the original quad we had. Sure hope. Or an error, you never know. Okay, that's good. It's beautiful. Rain patch, snow, where do we have you? That leaves us exactly with the same we had previously. That's good. Did I forget to... I'm a little bit shocked that it worked the first time around, actually. But okay. Let's pull this up to 3 then. So now we should have a quad that is, without the tessellation, we should have... This looks... Yeah, we have 4 of these. But we can still see that we have this weird selection going on here, which I hate. But other than that, we generate it the correct way. And now when we have... Now we get this... dynamic tessellation going on here, and that's beautiful. Damn, selection bothers me still. I'm also a little bit annoyed that if we do a tessellation max amount of 0, what do we... Yeah, then we tessellate once either way. Because we get... If we have a tessellation max amount of 0, we get... so we always tessellate once because we do... where do we have it? We do power 2 to the number of tessellation amounts. So let's see here. If we have 0 here, we get 1, 2, 3, and so on. But okay. I'm gonna go a little bit crazy here. We're gonna do this. So I'm gonna brute force this because I can't seem to find any information about this. So if we do, we change the resolution to 2, so we should only be getting 1 quad. And if we take a look at what we have tried and what we can try, we have we have 4 vertices. We have tried adding them like this, this, this. We have tried adding them like this. And I wonder if this might be correct. So let's try that real quick. So we start at the left bottom, then we want to go right, and that's this one, so 1. Then we want to go up but not right, so that's this one, and then finally this one, and that's this one. Then we get it here. Okay, so there's a little bit of a pattern here. Interesting. Let's try the weirdest one, I guess. I have no idea. Or maybe it could just be... Because if we go, let's see here, 0, 1, 2, we go up, and then we go to this one. This one did not yield the correct result. This one yields the weirdest result, I think, but maybe that can tell us something. And I just have to admit, I've probably not Googled this nearly enough, but... Then we bring it up, and yeah, we get this one. But listen, this is what we're gonna do. I gotta run now, unfortunately. I will find the correct information this weekend, and when we get back on Monday, we will have this sorted out. We can continue with the very exciting tessellation, test it with the snow, do some quad flipping for better shading, and yeah, just make it beautiful. Yeah, so thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day, and have a great weekend. And Fabric, I know, but next week I will hopefully be able to stream way more every day. But yeah, that's for next week. Have a great one. Peace.